Okay, Anna, I see that we are now streaming on YouTube, according to Zoom.
John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I did not receive any requests for public comments for this hearing.
Okay, that's about what I figured.
Yes,
The deadline was, I think, Friday. Uh,
yes. Mhm.
so yeah, that sounds good. I didn't expect anything. I did see a news article about it today in the Albuquerque Journal, but
Oh,
um,
really? About this
yeah,
hearing?
yeah, yeah. You go to their website. I mean, they're just saying, it's going to a hearing, but
Oh,
um,
okay.
and then there's a decrease in the rider. So,
Mm.
but
Okay,
anyway, I
so
appreciate you letting me know. That's about what I figured.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna leave you, you're the host now.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for all your help. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez. Can you hear me?
Here.
I cannot hear you if you're trying
You-
to speak.
You
Oh,
should
there you
now.
go. I can hear
Yeah.
you now. Yes. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning. I was just trying to generate you guys. What's your email? It's not coming up.
John.cryingcamp.
There it is. I got it.
Yeah.
And then Ryan.
Yeah, and he doesn't actually need the link today,
Okay.
but he will not be in attendance today.
Oh, he won't. Okay.
Yes, so it's just going to be me.
Okay. Well, let me give you this link. Let me put Lisa.
And I think that Anna probably told you, I don't expect this to take all day today.
Okay.
It may not even go past lunch.
Okay. That's
if,
okay.
if we're lucky. But I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to see what happens. And there will be, I think, one commissioner in attendance today. So
Okay.
see what that does.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 24,207 UT link. Okay, let's see here. All right, you remember how to get on this link or need instructions? I think you just click
I
on
think
it.
I remember. I've never had any issues with it.
Well, you won't see anything yet because I haven't even opened the file yet. I'm about to do
Okay.
that. Let's see if. Okay, file. Translate. I have.
Yep, no problem.
I
I'm up.
have. to, check my options, make sure it's there. Should- Okay. Okay.
I almost forgot my headset there for a minute. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Actually, I could hear you
Perfect.
before pretty well, but
Yeah, I didn't really have any issues. The other hearing examiners told me it was that I did need a headset, but I didn't really notice it before. So
I think it's cleaner.
yeah,
So is this going to be similar to a stipulated process since it's not, this isn't like a 10-day thing like they usually are?
no, I don't. Not really. I mean, it's just one where there'll be less cross-examination. So
I'll take that.
yeah, at least that's what I'm. At least that's what they've told me so far. So
Okay. Yeah, I had a crazy, so I had nothing to do but visit my new grandson last week. And then this week, whoosh, everything,
yeah, yeah.
like everything exploded. Working 5 days a week. I had promised to help David. This was David's. I promised to help David on this. And then at the beginning of the week, I got a city council meeting, 2.5 hours that needs to be transcribed. And I'm just, and
Oh wow.
and it's due Monday. And it's
Yeah.
like somebody got arrested in Surprise for speaking out, and it's some kind of,
Hmm.
I don't know. I guess I'll find out when I
Yeah.
transcribe it. It
Wow.
wasn't,
Well, hopefully things calm down for you.
they should, but you know what? We can have really busy fall times. Summer's kind of, eh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I get that.
so are there just 3 commissioners right now? The others haven't been appointed?
No, so there was a change to when the commission was changed a few years ago to go to the elected.
Mhm.
They also changed it from, I believe it was 5 at that time, to 3. So
Just
there's
3?
only 3. Mhm.
Oh, I didn't
Yep.
know that.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm. Let's make sure you're in here. There, okay, good. My worst nightmare is getting up early, prepping for a real-time job, and then overwriting the file by mistake.
Oh, yeah.
So that would take away
Yeah,
all my hard work. Let's see if
Yeah.
we can just- Okay, yeah, let's fix that. Got one. Grabs.
Actually, here. I have to say, here. The office. I left it in my pants. I can't shut my.
Okay, well, I'm gonna close my door. Let me unlock it though, in case you need to get it in my office.
and Ms. Gonzalez, just FYI, just when you stepped away from your computer, I muted you just because we were on YouTube, so you can unmute yourself anytime.
For that, sorry about that.
Perfect. No, it wasn't a problem. I just wanted to let you know.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. I was planning on just seeing if the parties had anything you wanted to address before we went on the record. I don't yet see the Attorney General's office or the Department of Justice on the call, so I'm just going to give it another couple minutes just in case they are coming. And then that's going to be my first question before we go on the record. So just a couple minutes and then we'll get started. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm still not showing the Department of Justice, but I think we can go ahead and get started. Again, before we go on the record, is there anything the parties want to address? Any questions or items? Yes, Mr. Herman, you have your hand up?
Mr. Examiner, I was just going to ask for probably my attendance to be excused. We don't have a witness in this case and are only monitoring it. So if allowed, I might drop off after we do preliminaries and just watch via the YouTube. And if something pops up, maybe I'll try to rejoin, but otherwise I'd wave all cross or anything that, and be bound by any decision in my absence.
Yes, I don't have any problem with that. I appreciate you letting me know. I think what we'll do is when we get started, you can maybe just enter your appearance, and then I'll just state for the record that your appearance during the hearing is effectively excused.
Thank
So.
you.
Yes, Ms. Gould.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Kelly Gold for NM area. We would have the same request as Mr. Herman.
Okay, no problem. Same resolution. So.
Thank you.
And good morning, everyone.
Good morning. PNM, anything from your end before we get started?
Not in terms of, what we would ask is we have two witnesses, Mr. Baker and Mr. Brosh, for whom there is no cross-examination. And we have them available, but if there are no questions for them, we would ask if the parties would be willing to stipulate to the admission of their testimony without their appearance and if they could be excused.
I'm fine with that, at least with respect to Mr. Brash, who I have no questions for. I did just have a couple of questions for Mr. Baker. I don't anticipate that taking very long. Assuming that Mr. Rossi and Ms. Gould and Mr. Herman are amenable to that, I don't have any issues with excusing his appearance and then stipulating in his testimony.
Staff has no objections to that. Excuse me, and in fact has the same request for Dr. Watara, in that nobody has requested cross for him unless the hearing examiner, of course, has cross for him.
I think I did have a question for Mr. Watara.
I'd only say that if we're stipulating in testimony, we should just do that on the record.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, we will do that on the record. We absolutely will do that on the record. I do just have a couple of questions from Mr. Watara. Again, I don't anticipate that it will take very long.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, then I think, Ms. Gonsalves, then I think we can go ahead and go on the record whenever you're ready. Okay, sounds good. Well, good morning. We are now on the record in this matter before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission will please come to order. This is the time and place set for the evidentiary hearing in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act plan for 2025 and the proposed 2025 rider rate under rate rider number 36. This matter has been docketed as case number 24-00207-UT. My name is John Kreinkamp, and I am the hearing examiner with the PRC who will be presiding over the hearing today. I do have a co-presiding hearing examiner, Christopher Ryan, who is not available today, but he will be reviewing the full record from the hearing before he participates in the preparation of the recommended decision. The hearing today is being transcribed by a court reporter. For the sake of that record, I'd like to start with entries of appearance from the parties, starting with PNM.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. John Verheul on behalf of Public Service Company of New Mexico, and with me is my co-counsel, Christopher Atencio, who will be presenting several of the witnesses.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning to you both. I believe that brings up Utility Division staff, Mr. Rossi.
Good morning, Nicholas Rossi for the PRC Utility Division. Thank you.
Good morning. The Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, Mr. Herman.
Good morning, Mr. Examiner. Keith Herman with the law firm of Stelzner, Winter, Warburton, Flores, and Dawes on behalf of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. Thank
you. Good morning to you. And New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Reliance, and I believe special participant Greater Kudu LLC, Ms. Gould.
Yes, Kelly Gould, and it's Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, just for the clarity of the record, also known as NM area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to you both. And just to state on the record what we had discussed before we went on the record, that Mr. Herman and Ms. Gould have both made their appearances. I have waived their appearance for the remainder of the hearing. To the extent that they need to drop off, they're welcome to do so. I believe that also takes care of the one sort of preliminary matter I wanted to clarify. I did issue an order last week vacating the pre-hearing conference. And I reiterated the request that PNM provide as a proposed order of witness examination. PNM has done that. They appears to have CC'd the service list on that. So I'm assuming that everybody has seen that. Essentially what I have is essentially 1 hour of cross-examination time total across 3 witnesses. The first witness who would be called would be Shane Gutierrez. Staff has reserved 30 minutes for cross-examination, followed by Mr. Baker, then Mr. Brash, and then Mr. Barnard. Then the Utility Division staff's witnesses would be Mr. Tupler and Mr. Watara. One item that was discussed before we went on the record today, there has been a request for an excusal of the witnesses who are not expected to be posed any questions by the parties or by the hearing examiner. I believe the one witness who qualifies as such would be Mr. Aaron Brash. I believe before we went on the record that the parties had stated that they were willing to stipulate in Mr. Brash's direct testimony and then waive his appearance today. Is that correct? Starting with PNM. I don't know, PNM, are you having issues with your video this morning?
We are. I don't know if you can, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
In fact, having issues with our video. Can you give us maybe 5 minutes to resolve it? I don't know what just happened.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. I don't know. We'll come back around 9:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I apologize for our technical difficulties. I think we're all squared away now.
Okay, sounds good. No apologies needed. Glad everything's squared away. And I believe we have everyone we need. We are joined. I'll do that on the record. Ms. Gonzalez, are you ready to go back on the record?
I am. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the time is now 9:13. We're now back on the record. We've resolved some technical difficulties. We are joined, I believe, this morning by Commissioner Ellison, who joined us. I saw him on video just before we went on break. He may have stepped away from his computer, but good morning, Commissioner Ellison.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the issue that we were addressing before we left off was the question of stipulating in the testimony of PNM witness Aaron Brash. None of the interveners and Mr. Rossi have any questions for Mr. Brash. I myself do not. Commissioner Ellison, do you know if you have any questions for Mr. Brash?
Let's see. I don't think so at this time.
Okay. Okay. Let me just ask PNM just one clarification question. If a question were to arise, if we excuse his appearance for now and a question were to arise that might need to be asked of him, would he be around if we needed to potentially ask him those questions?
He'll be in the building. We could summon him back, yes.
Okay, all right. Well, so let me just get confirmation on the record. Mr. Rossi, you have no objection to stipulating in the testimony of Mr. Brash?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Herman, same for you?
No objection.
Thank you. And I don't see any other interveners on the call. So with that, I'll go ahead and I will go ahead and admit his testimony, which I believe is PNM Exhibit 4.
PNM Exhibit number 4.
Yes. All right. Well, that is so admitted. And his appearance, at least for now anyway, is waived for the benefit of the record.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess my last question just to ask, and this I think has been mostly addressed already, but Mr. Herman, you're the only intervener on the call. You don't have any questions on cross for any of the witnesses. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, perfect.
And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Krankamp?
Yes, Mr. Verheul.
If I could clarify, PNM had reserved some time for cross-examination of staff's witness, Mr. Tupler. That's because we had not at that time seen his supplemental testimony. But we waive any cross-examination of Mr. Tupler.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I do definitely have questions for Mr. Tupler, so just to put that out there. Okay, so if there are no preliminary matters or questions from the parties that we need to address, oh, Mr. Rossi, you do have an item?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The parties have conferred and none of us are objecting to each other's testimony. So with that, staff would move and offer to stipulate the admission of the further testimonies. I guess at this point it would be PNM 1, 2, 3, and 5, as well as staff 1, 2, and 3. We'd offer to stipulate those admissions without the requirement for the authentication process, and that way we can move things along quicker.
Okay, I don't have any objections to that or concerns with that. Mr. Verheul, I'm assuming that is an accurate summary of the agreement that you have with staff and the other parties?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Herman has turned off his video. Mr. Herman, if you're there, I'm assuming you don't have any objections to this either.
I would just say generally, I think some of that pomp and circumstances necessary for having people authenticate their testimony. I think it's required by rule, at least as far as what's required under direct testimony, but I don't need to be a stickler about that. I just think I don't want to necessarily waive that for future proceedings.
Okay. It looks like Ms. Gould has rejoined us as well. So just to clarify your position, Mr. Herman, you would not agree necessarily to stipulate in their testimonies? Is that correct?
I wouldn't object in this proceeding, but I reserve the right to raise future objection to that process.
Okay. Ms. Gould, you've joined us. Do you have any input on this issue?
This
I'm
is the
assuming
issue
you were,
of stipulating testimony into, I mean, I guess customarily we're okay with stipulating testimony for those witnesses that have no questions addressed to them. And we don't really have a concern in this case with stipulating testimony to the other witnesses, but typically it's done if there's question and they're going to be cross-examined, it would be done in that at that time. So, and I don't know that it's saved. I guess I just don't know what we're saving. If there are questions, I understand if there's not questions and the witness is not going to show up, but if the witness is going to be here, I would just say do it the way that we normally do it.
okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess just hearing that from Mr. Herman and Mr. Gould, Mr. Rossi, I am inclined just to have you go through the process of admitting them and asking them the foundational questions, at least for right now. I'll take your request under advisement and we'll go through the rules to see if that's something that is permissible in the future. But I think at least for right now, I'm inclined to do what Ms. Gould has suggested and go through the process. With that, again, are there any other preliminary matters that we need to address? Okay, so with that, then PNM, you can call your first witness.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. PNM would call Mr. Shane Gutierrez. And just give us 1 second while we get him all set up and started.
I'm ready.
All right.
Perfect. Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Would you please state your name and job title?
Shane Gutierrez, and I'm a senior financial modeling project manager at PNM.
Do you have before you what has been labeled as PNM Exhibit 1?
Yes.
What is this document?
It is my direct testimony in this case.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
I do have a few corrections.
What are those?
So on page 19 of my testimony, there's a docket there that says case number 21-00083-UT. That should be changed to case number 21-00215-UT.
Right.
And then on PNM Exhibit SG3, page 3 of 8, it's the first paragraph, second line. There's a percentage there, 1.5%. That should be changed to 3%. And there's a year stated there, 2020. That should be changed to 2023. And that's all of my corrections.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, just to confirm, I believe, based on our last conversations, it sounded like we'd go through foundational questions, but I wasn't clear if PNM Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 5 were admitted or not. But if not, I would move for admission of PNM Exhibit
1. Thank you. No, they have not yet been admitted. Any objection from any of the parties as to the admission of PNM Exhibit 1?
No objection.
Thank you.
Not from staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, PNM Exhibit 1 is so admitted.
Thank you. And that's all the questions I have for Mr. Gutierrez. I present him for any cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, I believe you've reserved 30 minutes with Mr. Gutierrez.
That is correct. Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Gutierrez. I'm Nicholas Rossi, and I'm representing PRC staff. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
I want to draw you to that page 3 of 8 where you just mentioned some corrections about the inflation rate. At the bottom, it actually has a page 2 at the bottom of it.
Yeah, and when I was referring to it, I was using the header, which says PNM SG3, page 3 of 8. It's probably 2 on the document, but at the top there's it's supposed to capture the actual page of the exhibit.
And at the top of that page, it has PNM 2025 RPS Plan Table 1.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is within PNM's Exhibit 1.
This is PNM. Yes, this is the same as my SG. The table in SG2, page 1. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. I'm actually going to go to the paragraph right behind or right below it, though.
Okay.
For the clarity of the record, I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page since it has multiple page numbers on it.
Got it.
Yeah. So the corrections you just made, the RCT for 2025 is 74.94. That hasn't changed. Is that correct?
That's correct. That stays the same.
And then the part that's changing is a flat 3% inflation rate after 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The next sentence, using the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index calculator, the RCT would be 111.02 per megawatt hour. What year did you start calculating the BLS CPI to get the 111 from?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rossi. And this is something that I should have stricken this last sentence here from my testimony. So this should be the last correction from that table there. So unfortunately, I missed that, but those corrections in the first and the second line of that paragraph are still correct. But I was supposed to strike this last sentence here because it didn't make any sense.
So if you calculate the CPI starting in 2020, what number do you end up with in 2024? Essentially when or in 2025, or I guess today is probably what we have to use. What number do you end up with around today?
Yeah, so I think if I use 2020, from my recollection, if I use like December 2020 and I go all the way to like, let's just call it December 2023, or even 2020, early 2024, I get $70.64.
Okay, so that's right in line with that calculated RCT using the flat rates.
Right. And then from 2023 on, I use the 3% escalator.
Okay.
I don't have there isn't any future or forward-looking ability through that CPI calculator.
Hasn't happened yet. That makes sense.
Right.
So using that number of roughly $74 or 73, I think you just said, because you ended calculating it December of 2023.
Right.
The RCT is right in line with that calculated 74, 73 per megawatt hour.
That's right.
Now I want to move forward a little bit. Let's see, which page was it? I guess it's still on the same page. In that table just above, we have the RPS compliance and diversity requirements, and we'll get into this in a little bit, but excuse me one second. Page. That's right. It's the PNM Exhibit SG2, the page 1 of 3. It's a couple pages previously.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. As of today, so the end of calculate, of course, this case is about the RPSs in 2025 and 2026. So the number that you have to calculate is a little bit a future estimation. Where is PNM's the rec bank as of essentially today? Which number is that, or at the end of 2024?
So in my PNM exhibit SG2, page 1, if you look on the column 2025, line 8, there's a prior year banked recs of 1.8 million. That is what I projected to be in the rec bank at the end of 2024.
Since you've said that you've projected, what's the process for if it turns out it's not quite that? How is that corrected?
So every plan that we put forth in each June of each year, I update those projections if they have changed for the forward-looking 2 years. The interesting thing is the year that we're in, like for instance, this year, it's 2024. I make projections, but I'm not providing those because it's not the plan year that we're proposing here. So it's kind of in between. And then we also, at the same time we file our plan, we file the actual RPS that was met for the previous year. So unfortunately, the calculations for 2024 are not here, but they're done similarly to what I'm showing here in this table. Does that answer your question?
So there's a true up process and a true up filing.
The true up would be when we actually hit the do the calculations for actual compliance for the previous year. So when we make, yes, so to answer your question, yes, the true up is done when we do the calculations in the annual report. And the annual report will actually show you what recs are registered in Regis, what we've retired, and then any remaining would be in the bank. We use that bank as the starting point so that we can continue our projections for the plan year and the next plan year.
Okay. So now looking at this, the exhibit SG2, can you walk us through how the calculations work? Because with the order, it's pretty confusing. So I want to make sure I have it right. How do the calculations for 2025 work? Can you walk us through that?
Okay. So let's just focus on 2025, and we're still on SG2, page 1. Line 1 is our annual retail sales. That's a forecasted retail sales for our customers. Line 2 is the sum of all voluntary tariff sales. The net of those is shown on line 3. So we're essentially excluding voluntary tariff sales from the calculation per the REA and Rule 572. So we get a net retail sales amount on line 3. You multiply that amount by the 40% shown on line 4. That's the 40% RPS requirement for 25. You end up with the megawatt hours of RECs that you need to, that sets the requirement for 25 in line 5. So about 3.2, 3.3 million RECs. Then we go down a little bit. Line 6 is the sum of the RECs that we project to be produced from our system in 2025. So we're showing 4.3 million RECs there. Line 7, and you could probably see down below that table, I kind of have notes for each of these lines on how they're calculated. But if you look at line 7, this would be essentially the difference between how much we're projecting to produce, line 6 minus our requirement. So if you take line 6 minus line 5, you get line 7, which is how many RECs we expect to bank because we're in excess. If we were short, that would be negative. But in this case, we're not. We have 1 million
little bit more than 1 million recs in surplus, just using the projections minus our requirement. Line 8 is the prior year banked recs. So from 2024, we are expecting about 1.8 million recs in the bank. Line 9 is essentially adding those two, line 7 and line 8, 7 and 8 together to get 2.9 million recs, which we expect to be, that's how many excess recs we have in the bank in 2025 if we do the calculation. And then line 10 is how many recs we're going to use for compliance. So what we're saying in line 10 is our requirement is 3.2 million recs. We are going to use 3.2 million recs for compliance. So anything that's additional will be left in the bank for future RPS compliance.
So line 6 minus line 10 is how you get line 7.
Essentially, yes.
That's an unusual order. I think that's probably where some of our discussions came from. Okay. So sorry for interrupting you. And then, so I guess that's essentially where the questions that came up were coming from. So at the end of 2025, your expected banking amount in total, not just what's added, but in total is the 2.9 million of line 9.
That's correct.
Okay. And then that moves into line 8 within the 2026 column. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then so at the end of 2026, you're expecting the bank to be the 4 million number on line 9.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. That does help in having the subtraction be multiple lines down, I think was causing some confusion. So within the next, the very next page, SG2, page 2 of 3, you have the line 34, Recs for RPS, which I guess is the title of it. That 2025 vintage Recs, and it's 1.69 million. That's the number that came from line 7 of the previous chart. Is that correct?
Yeah, in reality, what I'm showing here on page 2 kind of feeds into page 1, but this is essentially just trying to account for how we know we're in excess of recs for 2025. So I'm just trying to, what I'm doing here is I'm saying, well, how many recs do I need to bank so that I hit my requirement for 2025 exactly? Anything else would go in the bank. So yes, that's essentially the same number as the column in 2025, page 1, line 7.
Okay. So within this chart on PNM exhibit SG2, page 2 of 3, it lists a number of the other PPAs and utility solar and distributed generation and the utility wind, as well as their costs and whether they come through this RPS. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with some of the recent solar plus storage PPAs that PNM has completed?
Generally speaking, can you be more specific on what you're referring to?
In general, how does Lightning Dock compare to recent solar plus storage PPAs or installation cost-wise?
Well, I mean, just a little bit of background. I mean, Lightning Dock was, that contract was signed quite some time ago. I think it was 2012. It was amended in 2017. These were all approved by the commission in previous RPS cases. So, that the cost of that contract, was approved at a time when we actually had a diversity requirement. So generally speaking, if you're going to try to compare a resource that was approved at a different time and under different set of rules for RPS compliance, they're going to be different than today's cost of solar or wind or other renewable energy.
That is, and actually, I was going to ask quite a good bit about the PPAs, and I think Mr. Barnard is probably the better witness for that. Would you agree?
I would agree so.
Okay, then I won't spend the time to talk with you about that. But in general, is Lightning Dock more expensive or less expensive than the solar plus storage PPAs that have happened recently?
If you're talking about just dollars per megawatt hour cost for energy, I would say generally speaking, that's the cost of energy is more expensive than a typical solar or wind price that you would expect to see in an RFP today.
You just use the language, if you're talking about just the price, it makes me think you have there are some other benefits of Lightning Dock. Can you go into that?
Sure, give me a second.
It's probably page 11 and 12 of your testimony.
So if you're talking about other benefits or attributes for Lightning Dock, generally speaking, I would say it's a different type of renewable resource in that it's not necessarily intermittent, such as if you want to compare it to say something like wind energy, where it's definitely dependent upon how the wind is blowing and how strong it's blowing. If you want to compare it to solar, solar, it's only going to be producing during the day when the sun is out. Geothermal and specifically Lightning Dock is producing 24 hours a day at some level. And it's generally at a higher capacity factor, and that just means it's generally operating at a higher output over the course of the year than those other types of resources. So it's a different type of renewable resource, and it's something that we would like to see more of on our system as as we start transitioning to a zero carbon portfolio, as we start trying to meet the emission requirements that we need to meet as we get to the early 2030s and to 2040. We need more renewable energy production through the entire spectrum of a day and through the seasons.
So what you just described, many people would refer to as baseload power, but you didn't just use that word. Is there a reason you didn't describe this as baseload power? Is there a difference?
No, I would say no. I would say you generally can put it in that category of a baseload type operation. I just don't know if everybody is aware of what baseload type of resource means.
Well, then how would you describe that?
Well, I would describe it just how I did. A baseload type of resource is operating at all hours of the day, and essentially it's operating at its maximum output. Lightning Dock is not at its maximum output every single hour of the day because it's dependent upon ambient air temperature, but essentially it's operating at a very high level every hour of the day.
Can you, so I guess that's probably the reason you just said generally base load. Is there anything else, or is that essentially the difference because of air temperature?
Are you asking specifically about Lightning Dock?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Lightning Dock resource itself, that's, obviously we've that project has had some issues in terms of production. Generally speaking, it's still operating as a baseload resource. It's still operating and producing renewable energy in every hour of the day. It's just not at probably its maximum potential because of the geothermal resource that has been degrading or is not as the resource is not as hot as it was expected to be.
Okay. And for more in-depth questions on that issue, a lot of Mr. Barnard's testimony covers that. Would you prefer further questions about that be directed to him?
If they're related to the contract and expected output, I would say those are better questions for Mr. Barnard, and specifically because he filed testimony in this. If there's anything related to the contract, I would refer those to him.
So he has a question, or he has a statement in his testimony about the temperature drop of exactly how much the temperature has dropped. However, at the beginning of it, he doesn't say what year that temperature drop happened. Do you know that?
I do not.
Okay, then I will direct that to him specifically with his testimony. So let's talk a little bit about the change in output throughout the day. Can you walk us, you mentioned it has to do with the air temperature. How is that, or why is that?
My understanding is of the way this facility is operated is when there's a differential between the temperature of the resource, which is the geothermal well water being pumped from the ground, and the ambient air temperature above ground. And as those temperatures get closer to each other, the production from that facility decreases or declines. But as that differential gets wider, let's say it gets colder let's just say it's a cold day and the geothermal water temperature below ground is still hot, you get greater production. And that just has to do with the thermodynamics of how that facility is designed.
Okay. I was wondering when looking at the chart why there were temperature changes through, or why there were production changes throughout the day. Thank you for the explanation on that. You mentioned a little bit about the change in the diversity requirement. What caused that to happen? And do you know when?
I don't know what specifically caused that to happen. I just know that there was a rulemaking that actually changed the REA at the time where, prior to what we're seeing in today's REA and Rule 572, there used to be a diversity requirement, not just for the non-wind, non-solar category, but for distributed generation as well. My understanding at the time is that requirement was put in place so that PNM would be forced, and utilities just in general will be forced to use different types of renewable resources to meet the RPS requirements. I don't know specifically why those were removed or dropped out of the today's rules that we're following and statutes, but I just know they're different.
Okay. The previous requirement, did it say something like 5% must be other generation? If you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know off the top of my head. 5% seems like it was that number. It might have been 3%, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And so the PPA for Lightning Dock was done due to that diversity requirement.
That resource was procured to help meet that requirement.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rossi. So we've had a bit of a change up with respect to the commissioners in attendance. Commissioner Ellison had to drop off, but we are now joined by Commissioner Aguilera. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Commissioner, that's all of the cross-examination time reserved by the parties for Mr. Gutierrez. Do you know if you have any questions at this time?
I
this
do
particular
not
witness?
at this time, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you for your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good morning, Mr. Gutierrez. I do have a few questions for you.
Good morning.
Let me ask you, you were talking extensively about with Mr. Rossi about the calculation of the RCT. Do you recall that?
Yes.
This relates to, I believe, PNM exhibit SG3 attached to your direct testimony.
That's correct.
And there was a discussion about your use of a flat inflation rate after, I guess, beginning in 2020. Can you walk that through for me in terms of why you used that flat inflation rate originally? And I believe that there was a correction to that testimony. If you could just explain that for me again, that would be helpful.
Sure. Sorry about that. I should have, in SG3, page 3 of 8, what I wanted to do was strike the last sentence of that first paragraph. Just because at the time when I actually put this together, it was something that I was going to leave and calculate, but accidentally left in. So that really doesn't apply. But in terms of the RCT itself, we've talked with staff about this in the past, and we've agreed to use the CPI as a way to get from 2020 to a point in time, at least a current point in time, where we can calculate whatever the RCT value should be. And then at that point, we would need to forecast what the RCT would be in the future, because we're looking at future RPS compliance years. So what I did was I used the CPI calculator on data.bls.gov. I utilized the the calculator from December 2020 to December 2023, which gave me a value if I escalated $60 to that time. And then I utilized 3% inflation from 24 and 25 to get the $74.94 that's shown as the RCT for 2025. The 3% was used because that was a general inflation number that we used in our latest integrated resource plan. And so just to be consistent with that, we use that value.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. My next question to you relates to your discussion. If you go to page 20 and 21 of your direct testimony, your answer to a question about REC purchase arrangements that PNM has for customer-sided solar PV systems. If you see your answer there,
Okay.
and this is specifically on page 21, you said that PNM expects these programs collectively will generate about 55,000 RECs in 2025 and 2026. And I just want to make sure that I'm reading the tables correctly. If you look at table SG2, page 2 of 3, we're talking about the RECs that are reflected on lines 7 through 12. Is that correct? Am I looking at the same location?
Right. It would be line 12, which would be the sum of lines 8 through 11.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And this 55,000 number for 2025 and 2026, can you give me an idea of how that compares to previous years?
Generally speaking, it's been in that range, in that ballpark. I think last year it might have been a little bit lower. There's been some revisions to some of these distributed generation forecasts, because there's a lot of different programs that feed into each of these categories. Some of those are rolling off while some of them are still being extended and purchased. The RECs are still being purchased. So every year, I mean, I go through and update this, or at least get an update from our customer-sided solar experts in terms of their forecast and update this. But generally speaking, it's been around 50,000. I expect this projection to decline over time as contracts begin to roll off over time, as I believe they're 8 to 15 to 20-year contracts that we've signed to purchase the RECs from these customers. And so I would say in general, they should be around 50,000 with, expectation that they'll be declining over time.
Okay. And the reason that I asked that is just because I was reviewing one of the tables in Mr. Buffington's testimony with respect to the revenue requirement. And there was an increase in the revenue requirement for DG programs or REC purchases year over year from 2024 to 2025. And so I was trying to better understand what was driving that increase. Is that beyond the scope of your testimony? Is that a question I should ask to him?
I think I
or are
can
you
answer.
able to answer that?
Sorry about that. I think I can answer that. I believe it was, I lightly alluded to it, but I think it was a change in the forecast of how many RECs we should get from those DG programs. I believe last year's estimates didn't include some of the programs which we thought were rolling off, but they weren't. And so I think we're expected to get a little bit more RECs from some of those programs as we did in last year's plan.
Okay, thank you. One clarification I had for your testimony, if you look at page 19, you talk about a PPA you have for the 200 megawatt San Juan solar facility that is expected to be operational by June 2024. Do you know, is that currently in operation at this point?
Yes, I see that in my testimony. At the time, I thought it was going to be June 2024, but I believe it is now supposed to be sometime this month.
Okay.
So definitely before the end of the year. So, we should see full production for all of 2025. But it looks like that's been pushed out a little bit. So I believe we expect to see that reach commercial operation sometime this month or early next month.
Okay. And then I had some questions regarding Lightning Dock. I'm going to save those, I think, for Mr. Barnard. But I do just have two questions based on your, again, just based on your direct testimony related to Lightning Dock. If you look at page 11, you talk about the reporting requirements that have been in place for a number of years now. And one of those in particular on line 14 through 16, again on page 11, talks about changes, if any, to PNM's credit analysis of Lightning Dock and CIRC Energy. Can you tell me a little bit of what goes into that credit analysis?
That's a good question. I don't know the specifics of what goes into that analysis, but I would say generally speaking, that is essentially, I think what happens is somebody in our generation contracts division will contact somebody in our finance group or CFO organization. I'm not exactly sure, but they will have them do an analysis of Lightning Dock whenever they send that information over to them. The specifics I do not exactly know, but we can certainly find out if you would like.
No, that's probably not necessary. I do just interpret that based on your answer to the question on page 12 about changes to PNM's credit analysis, that credit analysis did take place before this submission of this plan. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. And then my last question to you, again, related to Lightning Dock, again, turning to page 12 of your direct testimony, you are asked this question about Lightning Dock events of default. And I'm not going to dive down the rabbit hole with you as far as how exactly that's defined or, you know, the more specific questions that I have for Mr. Barnard. But I guess my question to you, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the answer that you provided to this question. Because again, the question that you were asked was, have there been any lightning dock events of default in the prior calendar year and to date in 2024? And your answer talks about a disagreement between PNM and lightning dock. But I didn't quite see, I guess, as sharp an answer as I would look for. And the way that I'm interpreting your answer to the question essentially is that you're saying that it's arguable as to whether there has been an event of default, depending on PNM's interpretation and then lightning dock's interpretation. Is that a fair characterization of that answer, just so I understand it?
It certainly is.
Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, well, that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Gutierrez. Unless that spurred any questions from you, Commissioner Aguilera, I will turn it back over to PNM. Any questions on redirect?
Mr. Higginsammer, just a couple.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Gutierrez, could you turn, if you would, to page, I believe it's 19 in your testimony? Actually, starting on page 16.
Okay.
On page 16, starting line 10, and then continuing on through page 18, line 6, can you describe what those paragraphs are discussing?
Yeah, essentially, I'm just detailing, what resources we are using to meet RPS compliance in terms of existing wind, existing solar, and it looks like that's it.
And just for example, looking at page 16, say line 12, what is that one describing?
That's describing the New Mexico Wind Energy Center resource. And how many RECs, how much energy production we expect from that in 2025 and 2026.
How could you describe the relationship, or how is the relationship between PNM and Mexico Wind Energy Center memorialized or established?
I mean, my understanding is this, this facility was put into place, actually, I believe before a lot of the Rule 572 rules were put into place. And so this was grandfathered in as a RPS resource to help meet RPS compliance for PNM going forward.
Okay. Maybe question wasn't the clearest, but it says here PNM has a PPA for all output for up to 200 megawatt PNM WEC. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the rest of that question.
I'll restate. PNM has a PPA for all the output of the 200 megawatts of NM WEC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is a PPA?
It's a power purchase agreement for the purchase of all energy and renewable attributes from that facility.
And throughout the pages I had mentioned previously, 16 through 18, there's several instances of PPAs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, we have a power purchase agreement for New Mexico Wind Energy Center, Red Mesa Wind Energy Center, La Jolla 2 wind facility. And then that's it for the existing resources.
Okay. And just generally, how are these purchase power agreements, again, just general, how are these purchase power agreements entered into?
Generally speaking, any power purchase agreements that we bring to the commission for approval and the associated contracts, it's for a given purpose. Sometimes they're for to meet system requirements, to meet our capacity and energy needs, to serve all of our customers. Very infrequently, at least historically, we've brought resources to the commission for approval solely to meet RPS compliance. So depending on what the resource is needed for, that's when PNM would be issuing RFPs for resources, going through those evaluations, and then proposing to procure those resources with the commission's approval.
Is it a fair characterization to say then that each of these PPAs has a unique set of circumstances and purposes surrounding their formation?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So these are essentially individual agreements, just a cookie cutter block of agreements. Is that right?
They're individual agreements. Yes.
I believe that's all the questions I have on redirect, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Atencio. Mr. Rossi, any follow-up?
No recross. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions. While we still have you, Mr. Gutierrez, just one item for you and Mr. Atencio. Commissioner Ellison had to drop off, but I know that he had questions for you. Would it be possible for you to come back to testify and just finish up with his questions at like 1 o'clock or right after lunch? Mr. Atencio, would that work for you?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, as long as that works for Mr. Gutierrez, I believe that would be fine with us.
That works for me.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask that you essentially be recalled at 1 o'clock. We'll make sure that we take the lunch break right at noon so that we have that hour, and then we'll come back with you for testimony right after lunch or 1 o'clock. So.
Okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And then one other item to address just on the record. Those of you who are checking your email right now have probably seen that you've received an email from Assistant Attorney General Gideon Elliott with the New Mexico Department of Justice. He has written to me requesting to be excused for today's hearing. That request is granted, just on the record, just so that that's clear. Okay, so with that, Mr. Atencio, you may call your second witness, which I believe is Mr. Baker.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, please just give us 1 minute while we get that set up. While Mr. Baker is getting set, there's one other housekeeping item, just the
great
corrected or the copies of Mr. Gutierrez's testimony with the corrections. We'll be happy to provide those later on today.
Okay. The link to Dropbox should still be available, and it should still be active. So you should be able to upload that to Dropbox, that corrected exhibit. And then I can make sure that Ms. Gonzalez gets a copy of that. I don't have any issues with that, I think.
Thank you.
And do you want to take a quick recess or morning recess while you get set up with Mr. Baker, or how close are we?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm not certain exactly how long it'll take to get Mr. Baker. My guess is it just should be a couple of minutes. There we go. So
looks like he's ready now.
I don't think a recess is necessary.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Atencio.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and job title?
Sure. My name is Tom Baker. I'm Thomas Baker. I am a senior manager of cost of service and corporate budget for PNM Resources Services Company.
Do you have before you what's been labeled PNM Exhibit Number 2?
I do.
What is this document?
This is the direct testimony of Brian Buffington filed in this case on June 3rd, 2024.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
No, it was not. However, I was Mr. Buffington's supervisor at the time it was filed, and I did review his testimony and exhibits for accuracy and correctness.
So is it fair to say you are familiar and knowledgeable about the contents of this document?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you also have before you what's marked as PNM Exhibit Number 3?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This is my supplemental testimony filed in this case on July 19th, 2024, where I have affirmed my adoption of Mr. Buffington's direct testimony.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
If I asked you those questions today, or the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Based on the testimony you provided in your supplemental testimony in PNM Exhibit 3, just make it clear, do you adopt Mr. Buffington's testimony in PNM Exhibit Number 2?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd move admission of PNM Exhibits 2 and 3.
Thank you. Any objection from, I guess, Mr. Rossi, you're who is still on the call. Any objection as to the admission of PNM Exhibit 2 or PNM Exhibit 3?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, PNM's Exhibits 2 and 3 are hereby admitted into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. That's all the questions I have on direct for Mr. Baker, and I present him for cross-examination.
Thank you. And cross-examination for Mr. Baker has been waived by the parties. So with that, let me just first check with Commissioner Aguilera. Commissioner, do you have any questions for Mr. Baker?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Baker.
Morning.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Thank you for being with us today. Most of my questions are going to relate to, if you look at page 5 of your direct testimony, table BGB1, or I guess this is in Mr. Buffington's direct testimony, which you have adopted. So this is Exhibit 2, just for clarification. I just want to make sure, the main reason that I wanted to have you actually testify today is I wanted just to make sure I'm interpreting this table correctly. So overall, my interpretation of this, of the revenue requirement here, is that there is year over year from 2024 to 2025, there's a slight decrease there. There's no lines on here, but there's a slight decrease in the revenue requirement for the PNM owned facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, from 24 to 25, we expect the revenue requirement to be lower by approximately 71,000.
Perfect. And similarly, there's a larger decrease in the revenue requirement for the PPA revenue requirement. Is that also correct?
Yes, that decrease is about 583,000 year over year.
Okay, great. Now, in the table there under purchase power agreements where it says geothermal PPA, is that a reference to lightning docks specifically?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's no other geothermal PPAs that would be included in that line item?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, and then again, if I'm reading this correctly, and I discussed this briefly with Mr. Gutierrez, but if you look there under renewable energy certificates, DG programs, REC purchases, there's an increase in the revenue requirement for the distributed generation programs, REC purchases, slightly larger, about 1.5 million. Is that again reading it correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you, there's this specifically for the 2024 revenue requirement. I just want to make sure I'm understanding what happened here. So there's this over under collection from 2023. The way that I'm reading this, and correct me if I'm wrong, do I understand that there was an under collection in 2023 and that was applied to increase the revenue requirement in 2024? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does that happen through the true up process?
Yes, that happens through the true-up process that we file in February of each year.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then you, on page 6 of your direct testimony, you talk a little bit about, again, going back to the PNM owned solar facilities and the revenue requirement for that. You talk about how the estimated annual revenue requirements will decrease between 2024 and 2025, primarily due to declining rate base due to normal ongoing depreciation that is going to be offset by higher operating expenses and increased weighted average cost of capital. Can you explain to me a little bit about how that would work and why, for instance, they would have why they're experiencing higher operating expenses?
Sure. So what we're seeing recently is operating expenses are increasing primarily due to inflation. So that's a primary driver around the O&M. The higher WACC, which is causing a higher return on compared to 2024, is primarily driven by higher interest rates on PNM's debt. So which is nothing new to neither the industry or the current economic environment.
Okay. All right. And then my last question to you was, again, just a clarification question. If you turn to page 7, still on Exhibit 2, you talk about the revenue requirement for Red Mesa Wind is expected to decrease due to projected lower production. This, again, may be beyond the scope of your knowledge. Do you know why the forecast is decreased for Red Mesa in 2025 as opposed to 2024?
So I get my forecast from PNM witness Gutierrez, so he would probably be the more appropriate witness to answer that question.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions that I have. Mr. Atencio, any questions on redirect?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Thank you. So unless there's any questions from Commissioner Aguilera, then I think, Mr. Baker, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. And I believe you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Atencio, so we have already stipulated and admitted Exhibit 4, the direct testimony of Mr. Brash. So I believe that takes you to your next witness, which would be Mr. Gary Barnard.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just 1 minute as we get everything set up for Mr. Barnard.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, should we take our morning break right now? Would that work for you, or can you keep going a little bit longer?
Whenever you want.
Okay.
There you go, you got the video.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think we're having some camera difficulties in the witness room, but yeah, we can see Mr. Barnard, so.
Yes. Mr. Barnard, can you see and hear us? Are you ready to proceed?
Yep, I can see and hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Gonzalez, can you swear in the witness?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Verheul?
Thank you. And again, I apologize for the technical gremlins we seem to be having here this morning.
No
Good morning,
issues.
Mr. Barnard. Would you please state your name and your job title?
Gary Barnard, Executive Director of Renewable Generation.
And do you have before you what has been labeled PNM Hearing Exhibit number 5?
Yes.
What is that?
My testimony, supplemental testimony.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it at this time?
Not at this time.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
They would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move to admit PNM Hearing Exhibit number 5, the direct testimony of, or rather the supplemental testimony of Gary Barnard.
Thank you, Mr. Verheul. Mr. Rossi, any objections to the admission of PNM Exhibit 5?
No objection. Thank you.
Thank you. PNM Exhibit 5 is admitted into the record.
Thank you. I present the witness for cross-examination and questioning.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, I believe you have reserved some time for Mr. Barnard.
Correct. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Barnard. I'm Nicholas Rossi, the attorney representing the PRC staff. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
So I want to talk a little bit about Lightning Dock, of course, as that's what your testimony is about, but specifically, I want to start with the timeline of the events of what happened with each PPA and when. So do you know, when was the first PPA for Lightning Dock?
So the negotiations with Lightning Dock started back in 2012. And you know the first PPA I think was signed in 2014, and it was to hit the other category. You mentioned it earlier, the other category associated with renewable portfolio standard, which we were shooting for PNM was shooting for the 5%, and it either had to be through biomass or geothermal, and this seemed to be the better choice at the time.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned it, when did the change happen and what changed with the diversity requirement?
I'm not an expert on the timing associated with that. So I don't want to hazard sometime in 2020, 2021, right? I don't know exactly when it changed. I know that the diversity requirement went away after this PPA was signed and approved by the commission.
Okay, so well, right there you brought out the question I wanted to specifically ask you on that. When did the amendment happen, and was it before or after the change?
Yeah, the amendment was in 2018, 2019, and then the change came after that. Okay. The diversity requirement going away, the other category going away as well.
So during that amended PPA, what were the main things that changed in that amended PPA? So that would be Amendment 1.
Yeah, I mean, the focus on the amendment was Lightning Dock. We still needed, the PNM still needed the RPS requirement for the other. So we were working with them. They had gone through some issues. They were going to reinvest into the project, hopefully increase their production. We needed at the time in 2019, it's in my chart, but in 2019 or 2020, we needed PNM needed 77,000 megawatt hours to hit our diversity requirement. So they had done those changes. They'd adjusted the price down. They lowered the inflation adjustment to 2.5% for us to move forward with that PPA. So that's what we did.
What was the inflation adjustment requirement prior to that?
It was 2 3/4. Don't hold me to that. And then we lowered it to 2.5%.
Okay. Did it also change the term?
It did. It restarted the PPA. So the term started at that point.
Okay. So now in your testimony, on page 4, you mention what Lightning Dock referred to as a force majeure event. How do you define that?
Well, force majeure is outside of the control of in the simplest terms. I'm not giving you a legal definition, but from my perspective, the force majeure is outside the control of the operator. For instance, COVID, when the government shuts down all work associated with a project, then that would be a force majeure situation. If you get hit by a tornado, things like that. Okay. Acts of God, government issues.
So let's talk about the 2 events specifically that you reference here on page 4. The first one happened January 20th of 2021. Can you tell us a little bit about that? What happened here?
I mean, a lot of their issue was related to COVID and supply chain issues. So they couldn't get equipment, they couldn't repair things, they couldn't make the changes necessary to allow for the proper running of the plant. And so they were saying because of COVID that led to the supply chain issues, they had a force majeure incident or event.
So after that, your last sentence is efforts to mitigate the effect of the force majeure event, the matter was resolved. Were they able to increase production back to 77, or did it stay at the low level?
No, they were able to get the equipment that they needed, the people out there, the skill sets they needed. So we felt like that their plan to improve the situation was in effect. So we felt like that was a force majeure. We accepted that the supply chain issues, the COVID issues were real. Everybody had to deal with those. And so then they had a plan to get it back. They were moving forward with that. So we were comfortable with that at that time. And then you'll see in 21 and 22, they didn't get back up to the 77,000. And so then that's whenever some of the other issues came up.
Okay, well then I guess let's talk about that. February 17th of 2022, there was another notice of dispute. What was that one specifically about?
Well, because they hadn't got their production back up to Lightning Dock had not got their production back up to 77,000, we inquired about that. PNM inquired about that to understand what was going to happen associated with the project. And that's when they talked about, they also had some challenges around the temperatures of the water for the project, that the temperature had dropped. It was lower than what they expected. And so they weren't getting the same level of production.
Okay. So has there been any resolution to that?
So they've developed several plans. They've come forward with some ideas around drilling new wells, drilling deeper wells. But as part of this, they have Lightning Dock, or CERC, the company that controls Lightning Dock, has recently been sold. So that it was sold in May, and it's in my testimony. I don't have the name. I can look for it if you want, but they sold it to a company, and that has been completed this summer, and we're meeting with the new company in the next couple of weeks about what they're going to do to improve production at the site.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about temperatures. You mentioned on page 7, the production water temperature was originally 292 degrees Fahrenheit and is now cooled to 258. The now part of that is pretty obvious. That's now. When was that 292? What year was that?
So when they re-drilled the well, if you look at my GBB1, you'll notice they re-drilled some wells back in 2019. And you can see that's when they had the highest production, was in 2019. They were over in 2019, our target, just to clarify my chart, GB1, the other target for 2019 was 55,000. It increased in 2020 to 77,000 per the RCT. So the target was 55,000 that year. They re-drilled some wells when they did the upgrade to all their equipment. And in 2019, they produced 58,000 megawatt hours. So they overproduced, frankly. And then the contract had them increasing to 77,000 because that was our RCT target. And you can see their production started to drop off, 58, 53, 50, 46. That is where the water temperature started to declining. As you use it more, I'm not an engineer, but as you use it more, they had some negative impact on that temperature. And so it declined and production declined.
Okay. And then also, oh, sorry, please.
That's in general, right? There's other issues. If you have an outage or something like that can impact all this stuff, or repairs can impact it. But from the water temperature declining and overall production declining, that's the main reason.
Okay. Within your testimony, you've also attached that the original 2014 PPA as well as the amendment. Back in roughly 2017-ish, CIRIC went through a bankruptcy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That would have been under the original PPA, the 2014, a reason for a default. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And under production would also have been a reason for default under that original. Is that also correct?
That's right. And correct.
In the amendment, when they were, well, you mentioned it earlier, they were putting in new equipment. Those lines were taken out. Is that also correct? The amendment doesn't have those.
Correct.
Okay. And then, but that amendment went through PRC processes as well. Is that also correct?
But it was approved by the commission. That's correct.
Okay.
And I want to add a little color to that. I mean, in 2017, they did go bankrupt. There was an opportunity for us to cancel for PNM to cancel the contract at that time. The issue was the RCT was still in effect, and we still had that other category to meet. And I think Witness Gutierrez got to this earlier, the benefit of geothermal is it is, as someone said, it is base load power, right? It is around the clock power. So when you compare it, you need to think about the fact that at this price, it was what, 80 some dollars at that time. In 2017, solar was 50, 60 bucks, and that was only available 33% of the time, right? The availability of solar and wind is less than 50%, right? Where this is available 90 to 95% of the time. So it's not even a comparable situation with some of the other renewables, unless you add, now you can, unless you add battery to solar and add battery to wind, which then gives it something closer to what geothermal can provide. So in 2017, that's why I'm just saying why PNM renewed the contract at the time. We still had a commitment to the diversity requirement. We still had to meet the other requirement. And this was competitive at the time with what the cost for solar was, and especially in something with a base load product. I hope that makes sense. And
it does make sense, yeah. As we move forward, like going out towards the end of the time frame of this contract, the price for Lightning Dock continues to escalate at a fixed amount. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How does that comparison that you just made of solar plus storage, for example, wind plus storage, compare to Lightning Dock and its geothermal abilities, baseload abilities, when the prices continue to increase? How do you compare those?
Well, you know, that is a very complicated question. That's a tough question to try to address, because if you look at it, solar 2 or 3 years ago, before COVID and tariffs, was dropping under 20 bucks. Now it's over $35, right? Prices change in the energy market depending on supply, demand, government regulations associated with that. So if you're comparing today, the price of a baseload unit, a renewable, just want to be clear, a renewable baseload unit, right? Now, you try to compare that and create something similar with solar and wind, the cost of that, like you said, solar plus would be significantly higher than that, because you would need 12 hours of battery for solar or more, right? And really, there's only 4-hour battery right now. So if you would add those costs on top of it, you'd have a very expensive product. That was, and same with winds. Wind's available 30, 40% of the time. The amount of battery you'd have to add to have 12 hours or 16 hours of battery, so it's around the clock, would be substantially expensive. So right now, though this geothermal is fairly competitive with those type of resources, in 10 years, I can't tell you if something might change in the market so that it would be different. This might be incredibly cheap in 10 years if there's issues with tariffs and other things that will impact solar and lithium and things like that on the battery side, or it may only be competitive, or it may be a little bit expensive in 10 years. We don't know. But that's why you have a diversity in your portfolio, right? You want to have different resources because you don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of like stocks and your investments, right? You have a plethora of investments to protect yourself from different things that could happen.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, there's probably a reason the diversity requirement was there, but it has come out. The statute changed. So while expensive, you don't view Lightning Dock as exceedingly expensive.
Well, if you would compare it to solar and 12 hours of battery, I would say it's not that expensive. If you can give me a 95% around the clock product, it's 100% renewable, and compare it to this price, then I think that's the true comparison.
Okay. Thank you. That does help. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Commissioner Aguilera, would you like to ask questions, or do you want me to ask questions and see if that spurs anything from you?
Yeah, this is very interesting, and hearing examiner, yeah, I would prefer if you can ask your question. Thank you.
Sure, I can do that, and then I'll come back and see if you have any follow-up. Good morning, Mr. Barnard.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Well, I'll tell you in a few minutes, I guess, huh?
So Mr. Rossi touched on some of my questions. I want to ask you some questions about Lightning Dock. Thank you for your supplemental testimony. I think where I'd like to start is with the answer that you gave to the question on page 5 of your supplemental testimony about this disagreement between Lightning Dock and PNM. I just want to make sure that I understand, I guess, the position of PNM and then the position of Lightning Dock, such that it is. So you say here again on page 5 of your testimony that it's PNM's position that the intent was for the project to produce 77,000 megawatt hours annually, but no more. So PNM would have no obligation to purchase excess production beyond that 77,000 number. And then it is Lightning Dock's position that it is only required to produce up to that 77,000 number. So what I'm understanding is that PNM essentially is interpreting that 77,000 number as the minimum production that's required. And then, Lightning Dock interprets it as essentially as an up to threshold. Is that a fair understanding of what the dispute is?
I think the view of it is PNM doesn't see it as a minimum. Our concern at the time when this amendment was developed was the target that we needed for RPS was 77,000. At the time, and this was just for renewables, right? It really, at the time that this was put together, PNM had a different, there wasn't renewable mandates to get carbon free in the future and things like that. So we were just trying to have the legislature and the commission wanted us to have renewables in the portfolio, right? Mm-hmm. So we were trying to hit the RPS, PNM was trying to hit the RPS requirement, and we needed 77,000 to hit that requirement. And what PNM was guarding against was, because it was at the time, it was not a cheap resource, especially compared to gas and coal at the time. It was, we only need 77,000. So if you guys, because their thought was, well, we might produce 80, 90, 100,000 megawatt hours, right? If we have a really good project. And we were saying, look, we're only going to pay you for up to 77,000. There's some language in the contract about that we would talk about if they produce above that, we would have a different price for the excess. So that's what we were targeting. So it was mainly to protect against the upside. We don't want more. We only want the 77,000. And their interpretation of it was, as you described, that it's anywhere between 1 and 77,000 is what Exhibit E refers to. And what PNM wanted was 77,000. That was what we needed to hit our RPS requirement. That's what we wanted. But that's how it was written. That's my interpretation of it. We wanted 70,000, 77,000, no more. Their interpretation of it is up to 77,000, right? As you read it.
Okay. Well, so then I guess I need a little bit more clarity as far as how PNM is interpreting the amended PPA. So it's not, you said it's not really a minimum. Can you clarify that? If you don't interpret it as a minimum, but it's not what Lightning Dock says in terms of the up to threshold, then what's the middle ground there?
So after review and analysis of all of this stuff that's happened over the last few years associated with Lightning Dock, I think we accept the interpretation that does say up to 77,000. That is not the intent of what we wanted, what PNM wanted. PNM wanted 77,000. They know that they're still trying to get up to 77,000, but we don't think it's a breach of the contract if they produce 68,000, right?
Oh, okay.
So that's the situation. I still think, go ahead. Sorry.
No, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean, I guess, so the example you just gave is you don't think it's a breach of the contract if they produce 68,000. What if they produce 5,000?
By the words of the contract, I don't think they're breaching the contract.
Okay. All right. So then let me ask you about that then. And, this may be a question that maybe is more appropriate for Mr. Verheuel for briefing, but can you tell me the language that you quoted in your testimony was this up to language? Do you know where that appears? Is that in the amended PPA? If so, can you tell me where?
Exhibit E. Exhibit
yes. E. So, and one item, I guess that, so Exhibit E, there's several Exhibit E's. I'm looking, I guess I should look at the most recent one, which is the Exhibit E. If you look at your testimony, it says PNM Exhibit GBB2, page 80 of 80.
Okay.
Is that the exhibit? Let's start there. Is that the Exhibit E I should look at?
It's not here in front of me. Let me look at the contract and see what I can find. It should just give a list of production.
Well, it does. I guess what I'm getting at is I've seen 3 or 4 different Exhibit E's in here. So there's Exhibit E production matrix for 2020, Exhibit E production matrix for 2019, Exhibit E production matrix for 2018. Then there's a Exhibit E that I think is undated. It's on page 72 of 80. Again, GBB2. Then there's an Exhibit E on page 60 of 80.
Yeah, Lightning Dock provides a new Exhibit E every year.
Okay.
That forecasts the production for the next year.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, please, Mr. Verheuel.
If it would be helpful, I don't want to overstep while you're asking the witness questions, but if I could direct you to PNM Exhibit GBB2, and if you go to page 67 of 80.
Okay.
So this describes the amendments that were made to the definitions. And if you look at the definition of core produced energy, it actually changes the definition to include the words up to. So I think that is really where the up to language came from in that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Verheuel. That's very helpful. Okay. Okay. Well, that's very helpful. That changes some of my questions. So, so then now with that clarified, let me go back and ask you about Mr. Rossi was asking you about the force majeure issue with respect to COVID that you had alluded to or you testified to on page 4 of your testimony.
Yes.
And I want to ask you to clarify, you say here, again on page 4, that the result of the dispute, which was raised on February 17th, 2022 by Lightning Dock, resulted in a stalemate. Can you clarify what that meant? My interpretation of that would be essentially that PNM dropped its dropped the claim, or stopped pressing this issue. Is that fair?
I would say that's a fair characterization. We were working with them to get to the target of 77,000 megawatt hours. We were asking why they didn't make it. They were claiming an extension of force majeure associated with supply chain COVID. We didn't accept that. We did not believe that it was a force majeure issue anymore. We thought that that those reasons didn't really meet the situation at the time, that they could get the necessary resources to fix it. So we were not going to allow the force majeure. And then they pointed to the Exhibit E situation and said, well, we're not producing the 77,000. We're doing the best we can. And this is what we will produce. And they gave us an updated forecast. So we left it at that, right? We don't think it's a force majeure excuse, but it still falls within the Exhibit E situation with the up to 77,000. So that's where it's been left.
Okay. And I guess that language in that up to provision that Mr. Verheul has pointed me to, I guess that would be the reason, if I'm understanding you correctly, why PNM didn't push this issue again in 2023 or again in the beginning of 2024. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think from I mean, obviously you'd have to talk to the lawyers from a legal perspective, but yes, that's why when we looked at it, it didn't feel like it made sense to push. Anyhow, we still push, but it didn't make sense to say it was an event of default.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So now let me ask you about, and I think you've mentioned this previously when Mr. Rossi was asking you some questions. If you look at page 5 and more importantly, page 6 of your testimony, you talk about the fact that Lightning Dock has been purchased by a new owner, Zanskar Geothermal. Yes.
Yeah.
So can you tell me when that purchase was made?
They made the purchase in May 9th and it closed a week or two ago. It finalized a week or two ago. I don't have the exact date. They're supposed to send that to me.
Okay.
So now they are in control. Zanskar is now in control of Lightning Dock.
Okay. Now, does PNM have any other agreements? I mean, have you done business with this particular company before, at least to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to my knowledge. Okay. Now, you testify here that PNM believes it's prudent to ascertain whether Zanskar intends to take steps to increase the output and what the proposed plan of action is before determining whether any potential remedial action under the PPA is available or warranted. Can you give me an idea, how much time are you planning on giving the new owner to sort of come up with this plan?
They are flying out here in the next 2 weeks to meet with us to discuss their plan and how they expect to improve the situation.
Okay. And have you I'm assuming by virtue of that statement that they're flying out to meet with you, that you have communicated to the new owner that, you know, there are these concerns that PNM has with the production under the PPA?
We've communicated that we would want some clarity around the situation. Either we need to change the contract so that it's reflective of reality, or they need to live up to what we think the contract says.
Okay. Now, again, this is an item that Mr. Rossi touched on. Let me ask you about page 7 of your testimony. You are asked this question about essentially why has historical energy production from Lightning Dock trended downward? And you explained that there has been a cooling of the geothermal resource since it was originally commissioned. The production water temperature was originally around 292 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it's cooled to 258 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't want to ask you a question that maybe is beyond your ability to answer. I don't know if you're familiar with the science behind this or not, but if you're not familiar or you're not able to answer, then that's fine. You can just say that. But do you know why? What has caused this drop in temperature? Was that foreseeable? Is it a result of the facility operating? Do you have any insight at all on that?
I'm not a geothermal engineer associated with that, so I don't know if the wells need to be deeper, if the amount of heat exchange associated with the wells has caused this decline in temperature. The resource itself may not be as hot as what is not maintaining its temperature. So, but I can't give you a specific reason why that's occurred.
Okay. All right. So the just looking at PNM table GBB1 on page 8, you know, it's impossible not to look at that and notice sort of the sort of wild variability there in the production or projected forecast. And that's the best answer we have as far as why it has gone down, and sometimes it's gone up again and then gone down again. The only reason for that, as far as we're aware, is just that you know, the temperature at this facility or the has dropped, as you testified previously.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to just clarify the characterization. So in 2018, 2019, they they rebuilt the project. They brought in new equipment, they updated their wells. And what you noticed is, in 2019, that was the highest production that they've had, 58,000 megawatt hours. And then it's consistently dropped since then. So it hasn't been varying like it's been just very consistently dropping. So it has been decreasing, and that's where they're getting to. The water temperature associated with the wells is the primary driver associated with that drop. Does that make sense? Because it goes from 58, 53, 50, 46, 35. This year, it'll probably be around 30, 33 whenever they, by the end of the year. So you're seeing this decline in production.
Yes. No, that does make sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I guess my last question to you. So again, Mr. Verheul brought to our attention this the change in the definition of core produced energy on page 67 of 80 in Exhibit GBB2. And this is the amendment of the contract that appears to have been entered into, I guess, in 20. I'm not seeing a date here. Do you know the date of this particular amendment?
I don't have it right here. I think it's 2018, but maybe,
Okay.
John, do you have the date?
Looking for it. I don't have it off the top of my head, but 2018 sounds right.
Because I think it got approved with the solar in 2019, at the same time that the renewable plan in 2019 was approved. So was this amendment.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions that I have for you, Mr. Barnard. I appreciate your testimony. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you for your questions as well, you're an examiner, and the responses, Mr. Barnard. And so you mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact words, but you mentioned that the project owners are taking steps to improve the production. And then you also noted that, you know, a new owner, and kind of in 2019 that some changes were made to improve the production. And so can you elaborate on what could be done potentially to the project to improve the production of the facility?
Well, we expect to get a full-blown plan from the new owners, like I said, in the next few weeks, explaining what they hope to do to improve production. But what you can always do is drill new wells, right? Wells my understanding is wells get exhausted over time, the temperature does. So if you drill a new well, then you have in a slightly different location, you'll have hotter water again. So it'll improve production. So that's one thing you can do. I think there's more modern equipment they might be able to add. They're also looking, the old owners were also looking at using solar or some other methods to take off some of the ox load, because there is a lot of auxiliary load associated with moving all that water and creating the temperature. So there's other ways that they can look to improve production of the facility. But we'll have much more when we hear from the new owners and what their plan is associated with that. But they obviously believe, they obviously believe they can do it. That's why they purchased the company, because they had access to all this data. So I'm confident that they believe that they can make improvements.
Okay, thank you. And we discussed the language of the up to, and I understand your explanation there. What other provisions under this contract, or what other incentives are there to demand more from this facility?
The primary incentive for them, quite frankly, is the price, right? So the price now is over $90. They have a significant incentive to get the production up to $77,000. I mean, 77,000 megawatt hours. When they're producing 30,000, their revenue is half of what is projected. So they have a huge financial incentive associated with that. At the time, this contract did not have the kind of penalties that we've added into the existing contracts we have now associated with availability and production. So from a going forward perspective, to your point, Commissioner, is we can put even greater penalties associated with missing production targets associated with that. But they have they do have a huge financial incentive to get the production up.
Okay. And so I appreciate your distinguishing what I sort of interpreted as kind of like a capacity value between like solar and battery and geothermal here. And so I see how that is difficult, perhaps not an apples to apples comparison. And then in my head, it starts to get more apples to apples comparison if you have a certain projected production here, and then it starts to come down over time. And so I don't have a question there. I just kind of wanted to recognize that it is different, and then I think maybe starts to get a little bit more similar. But I guess to put that more into context, and let me know if you're not the right witness for this, but how has the overall cost per customer changed? Or has it, given the lower production? I think, one of the things where I'm thinking about here is how much is this affecting ratepayers? And so it might help me to understand the impact per customer and whether it's been changing over time.
Yeah, I don't know about what the impact is on people's bills for the underproduction associated with Lightning Dock. Is that the question? Because yes, I'm not the one I don't know what the impact is. I think, to your point, it is more beneficial to us when they give us a forecast that's more accurate, even if it's lower, right? If they tell us it's 35,000 megawatt hours next year, and they are closer to hitting that, it's easier for us to manage the system, for PNM to manage the system when we know what it is. You don't want to count on something and then it doesn't arrive. Now, I will say with all renewables, the system and the guys that do this are doing a great job. But with renewables, they're very, very variable, right? So solar, if we get a cloudy day, it's not what you expect. Windy, if it's more windy or less windy. So the way to manage the system now with renewables is a lot more challenging than it used to be, right? And that's why this type of resource, if it hits the targets it sets out, is beneficial because you know it's going to be there and it's a base load type of resource. It's going to run at 30,000 or 40,000 or maybe 77,000, and you know what it's going to be because it'll be there around the clock. And as opposed to wind and solar, which are just harder to manage because of the availability associated with them. But I don't know what the direct impact is on people's bills. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. And, you know, with respect to renewables, we often talk about effective load carrying capacity. And you kind of see that show up here in this PNM table GBB1, where you have the percent of actual projected. And it's a very wide range, 21%, 17%, 116% for 1 year. Again, not a question for you, you know, just giving some context as to how I'm thinking about this. And so I appreciate your responses here, and hearing examiner, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Barnard, just actually one last question for you, just so that I'm clear.
You already said you were done.
Just
No,
one
there's
last
no
one.
way. I'm
Just
out the
one
door.
last one.
Okay.
Just one last question. Did I hear you say that there's a new Exhibit E that's submitted by Lightning Dock each year, or are you referring to just the forecast that they provide, or the projections that they're providing to PNM?
That we call, maybe it's nomenclature, but the forecast they provide annually, we call it the updated Exhibit E. So they will be providing us what they're going to do every month for the year. And I'll be talking to the new owners about that so that we can get that forecast for next year.
Okay. All right. Let's see. So I have no further questions. Mr. Verheul, any questions on redirect?
I do just have a couple very brief questions to clarify something, if that's okay.
Please proceed.
Mr. Barnard, could you turn to page 2 of your supplemental testimony? Tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
All right. So there's a section here starting on page 7 where there's a question asking you to summarize the background relating to the Lightning Dock project and PPA. And this is a very helpful section. If you could go down to page 3, starting on line 4, it says in case number 1700129 UT, the commission approved an amended PPA, purchase energy from Lightning Dock. That's on line 4 and 5. And then later on lines 7 and 8, it says in case number 18-00158-UT, the commission approved PNM's 2019 RPS plan, which included an agreement between PNM and staff for certain reports concerning Lightning Docks. Is it your understanding that those were the two RPS cases, those case numbers I just referred to, that those were the two RPS cases wherein the amendments to the Lightning Dock PPA were also approved?
Yes.
That's your recollection? Okay.
Yeah.
And so by the case numbers, one of them is case number 17 something, that would be from 2017, right?
Correct.
And then case number starting with 18 is from 2018.
Correct. I mean, the commission's approved the Lightning Dock PPA multiple times, and
Right.
in all its different forms and fashions.
Right. What I was getting at there was neither of us previously, when asked by the hearing examiner, could come up with the dates that the amendments were made to the PPA. So I think this summary section in your supplemental testimony perhaps provides insight into that.
Okay. Correct.
Right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, any questions on recross?
Yes, a very brief recross. Thank you.
Sure.
Are you aware of or have any new geologic studies been done to update the temperature forecasts?
I'm not aware of any. I'm expecting them to provide us some information whenever they come to us and explain how they're going to address the concerns at the site.
Okay. And then my other question is, within these contract agreements, if the production is 0, does PNM pay anything to Lightning Dock?
We do not.
Okay, so if production falls, you literally just pay them less.
And that's a good point. Yes, we only pay for what they produce. It's not a fixed price. There's no capacity charge. There's nothing. We only pay for the megawatt hours produced.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguilera, does that prompt any questions from you?
No, that's informative, but no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. And that does not prompt any questions from me. Mr. Verheul, any last questions on redirect?
Not from me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barnard, thank you very much for your testimony today. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
So it's 11:04. We have not yet taken our morning break. I do want to do that. And we have a sort of a hard stop at lunch in order to get an hour in at lunch. So if we take a 10-minute break right now to 11:15, does that work for everyone?
It works for me, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I would ask, other than calling back Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, we have staff witnesses. I apologize.
Yes, we have 2 more witnesses. That's right.
I'll help them. Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Am I coming through well enough here?
Morning, Mr. Tupler. Yep, you're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I think we have everyone we absolutely must have. Commissioner Aguilera, are you with us, sir? Yes.
Yes, I am here. Sorry, I just
Perfect.
came back.
No, no apology needed. Thank you. Okay, well, we are now back on the record. The time is 11:15. And PNM, I don't believe you have any additional witnesses to call, at least not at this time, pending the recall of Mr. Gutierrez. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Perfect. Thank you. So that leads us to Mr. Rossi. Mr. Rossi, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Staff will call Mark Tupler.
Raise your
Perfect.
right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Rossi, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark Tupler.
How are you employed?
I am employed as a senior economist in the utility division at the New Mexico PRC.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
I did prepare testimony.
Do you have a copy of that exhibit, Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I have what is described as Staff Exhibit 1, which is my prepared direct testimony filed on August 21 of this year.
Is this exhibit your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are there attachments?
I believe there are attachments.
Is attachment 1 your case testimony history?
I see it, yes.
And what are the others?
There is also a Staff Exhibit 2, which is a compliance checklist, as well as, I'm getting there, bear with me. Exhibit 3, which is part of a testimonial package with delayed projects, if any, as well as Staff Exhibit 4, described as the 2025 RPS portfolio and reasonable cost threshold analysis.
Now you said exhibits. Do you mean attachments 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Exactly. Thank you.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
At this time, staff will move to admit Staff Exhibit 1, the prepared direct testimony of Mark Tupler.
Thank you. Mr. Verheul, any objection?
No.
Thank you. Staff's Exhibit 1 is hereby admitted.
Did you prepare supplemental testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a copy of that exhibit labeled Exhibit 2? Or Staff Exhibit 2? Is this supplemental testimony prepared by you?
Yes, it is.
And is it your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Staff will move to admit Staff Exhibit 2, the supplemental testimony of Mark Tupler.
Thank you. Mr. Verheul, any objection? Okay, seeing none, Staff Exhibit 2 is hereby admitted.
I have no further questions for this witness. He is available for, well, cross has been waived to my knowledge, but for any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Yes, Mr. Verheul, I'm assuming you're sticking to that. You have waived your cross-examination for Mr. Tupler?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Aguilera, would you like me to ask questions first? Do you have any questions for Mr. Tupler?
No, I could maybe come up with them after you have, but I think maybe my questions might be answered with yours. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, I'll circle back with you when I'm finished. It probably won't take too long, but good morning, Mr. Tupler.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you. I think all of these relate to the lightning dock project that you have presumably, if you've been listening, I'm sure you've heard the questions that we were asking to Mr. Barnard. Let me start with this question that has come up as far as the amended PPA and I guess the requirement, whether it's sort of an up to threshold or a minimum requirement. Does staff have an opinion on that particular question?
I do, sir. Yes.
Please proceed. Tell me what your opinion is.
Okay, so I do understand that the original contract and or maybe through the amendments created a output requirement that was an up to threshold with no production minimums and nothing more than the forecast of what the output would consist of.
Okay, that's your interpretation, or that's what staff's interpretation of the amended PPA is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So then let me ask you about the reporting requirements for Lightning Dock. So I was reviewing your exhibit 1 to your testimony, which Mr. Rossi was asking you about. It looks like you have testified in these RPS proceedings for PNM, looks like back to 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how many years has the commission imposed these reporting requirements on PNM? Is it 5 years?
I don't know the exact date for that requirement, but I know that it did stem around the time of the amendments and has been reported in annual testimony since then.
Okay. And specifically the reporting requirement about there is one of the reporting requirements, if I'm not mistaken, is to report about any incidents of default. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I understand that as well.
Okay. And what is the function? I mean, why did the commission, if you know, why has actually, let me rephrase that. Let me ask you, why does staff continue to support that as a requirement? That why should PNM continue to report that information?
Well, because it's one of the higher cost per unit resources, and because there have been contested issues maybe within the contract itself between PNM and the parent company, for transparency purposes, I think it's wise for commission staff to have updates on maybe the direction that some of their production forecasts, any other issues that may come up in the contract that would constitute a breach. It's wise to be updated on that at least annually from my perspective, and staff establish those requirements or those reporting requirements to do so.
Okay. And when that reporting takes place, when PNM every year now for the past however many years reports in on that particular item about defaults, does staff take PNM at its word on that, or do you scrutinize everything that you've been provided to determine whether or not, in fact, there has been incidents of default? So for instance, in this, if PNM were to come back and say, no, there have been no incidents of default, do you look at all the information provided to verify that that's correct?
I'm not certain what staff has done historically, but for the 2 or so, I think it's 2 testimonies that I've provided thus far, I'm a very strong advocate of contract understanding. You got to know what you're signing. You got to know what you're involved with. I have read through the majority of the PPA contract and agreement. I don't know if there's any other way that I'd be or staff would be updated on any potential defaults or pending defaults maybe, or upcoming defaults. But again, for the transparency purposes, I would take PNM's word in their annual reporting. I trust their confidence level of what they are reporting, because it's a contract that we all get to take a look at now. As such, I would take their word for it from their testimony in their annual report.
Okay. Now, I understand in your supplemental testimony, I understand that, you know, your position with respect to, you were asked the question specifically on page 4 and 5 about whether staff has a position about what the commission should do, if anything, about lightning dock in the long term. And the answer was, as I understand it, essentially that you know, this is contracted for, this was essentially a contract. It's a PPA that's in effect. PNM should live up to its contracts. You say here at the bottom of page 4, without any defaults nor breaches to the current contract, the PPA remains in effect for the term as previously approved. Should the commission be looking at whether or not there's an active default? I mean, just in terms of how we are assessing I guess PNM's plan, is that something that the commission should be actively doing? I guess in the opinion of staff.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess my last question, just based on your testimony, you were asked this question about has Lightning Dock, this is on page 3, has Lightning Dock secured substantial economic benefits for PNM's ratepayers? I'm interpreting your answer, again, this is on page 3 and 4 of your supplemental testimony. I'm interpreting your answer as suggesting that it probably doesn't provide significant economic benefits, but again, it's essentially contracted for based on, at the time, what was considered reasonable by the commission. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Well, with that, I don't have any follow-up questions. Commissioner Aguilera, anything?
Yes, just quickly, and Mr. Tupler, sorry that I was not able to find your supplemental testimony. And so I have some questions on your I'm sorry, maybe I do have it, but you had a value for the RCT that you had calculated that was higher than PNM's. And then I heard a PNM witness earlier mention that they were talking about the differences with staff. And so can you just give me an overview of whether your RCT calculation has changed as it was proposed in your initial testimony? I think the value was something like 111 per megawatt hour.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner Aguilera. Good question. I pointed that out in all of the testimony that I've done in these cases as well. My impression is it was just a difference of inflationary factor calculation. I understood that previously there was a straight line inflationary factor used by PNM. I now know, of course, that they have updated the mechanism for that to use the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is what I've used, which is produced on an annual basis. I would imagine that other than timing differences from December 2020 or January 2020 to the current period, whatever period that might be, outside of those timing issues, our numbers will probably be the same, is my impression at this point.
Okay. And can you explain further about that what you just said about our numbers will probably be the same as that? Does that mean that yours will come down or PNM's will come up?
Well, because of the inflationary environment that we've been in over I don't know how far we want to go back, but there's inflationary pressures over the last few years. There's reasons for it from my perspective. I think if we were to use the same time frame and the same inflationary factors for each of the years, our numbers would be, I can't say exact because that's too firm of a stance, but they're going to be very close to each other. And because there's really no other resources that are even approaching that number at this point, I don't see the importance of making sure that we're exact, but it does provide, as I've put in my testimony, it does provide for an accuracy factor.
Okay.
So that we know what the RCT is when we're doing a comparison of the resources in the portfolio.
Okay. Well, thank you for that explanation. Hearing examiner, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, any questions on redirect?
Not actually a question, but to point Commissioner Aguilera in the correct location, his supplemental testimony ended up under pleadings within eDocket, as it was titled Response to Bench Request.
Okay, I'll look for it there then. Thank you.
And I have no redirect.
Okay. Mr. Verheul, do you have any questions prompted by anything we've asked so far?
I do not, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, with that, Mr. Tupler, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Okay, so Mr. Rossi, I believe then you may call your remaining witness.
Thank you, sir. Staff will call Dr. Bamadu Watera.
And Ms. Gonzalez, if you could swear in the witness once he joins us. Yeah, I thought I had admitted him already. Apparently not.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Bamadu Watara.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed as a public utilities economist with the utility divisions of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, I reviewed this application.
Did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I prepared a testimony for this proceeding.
Do you have a copy of Staff Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And can you identify that?
Staff Exhibit 3 is the prepared direct testimony of Bamadu Watara in case number 24-00207.
And was this? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Was this?
It was filed. Sorry.
Just one at a time, I think, if we could.
Yeah.
I apologize. Please continue if you weren't finished.
So the prepared direct testimony of Bamadu Watara was filed on August 21st, 2024.
Was this prepared by you?
Yes, this was prepared by me.
Is this exhibit your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Are there any attachments?
There is no attachment to this testimony.
Well, is your case testimony history attached?
Yes. The staff exhibit BO1 is my case experience.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to this testimony?
Yes, I do have one little correction to make to this testimony on page 8. line 13.
Okay, can you please walk us through what you're changing and what it should read?
Okay. So on page 8 of my testimony, line 13 is written that the total PPA revenue requirement forecast has increased in 2025. So actually, this was a mistake. The total PPA revenue requirement has actually decreased in 2025 compared to 2024.
So you're changing the word increased to decreased, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, but I would actually like to change the whole sentence and basically make it simple and says that the total PPA revenue requirement forecast has decreased in 2025.
And then are you striking the next sentence and a half?
Yes.
So the paragraph will state forecast has decreased in 2025, period. The most significant difference. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you for that correction. If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, my answers will be the same.
Are the answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
At this time, staff will move to admit Staff Exhibit 3, the sworn testimony of Dr. Bamadou Otera.
Excuse me. Thank you. PNM, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. With that, staff's Exhibit 3 is admitted into the record.
With that correction, with that testimony admission and the correction, which I will immediately file or submit to Dropbox, I have no further questions for Dr. Otera, and he is available for any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. I appreciate it. And PNM, you did not reserve any time on cross-examination for Mr. Ouattara, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Ouattara.
Good morning, hearing examiner.
You answered between your correction to your testimony just now with respect to the PPA revenue requirement forecast, and then some questions that I had, I believe, with Mr. Baker earlier. I think most of my questions to you at this point have been addressed. Let me just ask you, I guess, while I have you here, it looks like you testified in the previous PNM RPS case last year. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. And so with respect to that, under collection from 2023, which is addressed in the writer true-up filing, I'm assuming that you're involved with that side of the process?
Yes, I'm involved with that side of the process.
Okay. Can you just walk me through that and how that true-up works?
So basically, the true-up or reconciliations looks at the projected revenue requirement and the procurement cost of this year and compare it to the actual revenue requirement of that specific year, and basically see like if there was an over collection or under collection. So an over collection means that the amount of money that was actually that was required or that was collected is more than the actual. So whenever we have like an over collection in the next year, we have to the company like will have to subtract that from the revenue requirement, and under collection they will basically have to add it to the revenue requirement. So this is the true up or reconciliation process.
Got it. And so if I understand that correctly, then essentially exactly what happened last year, or I guess this year in 2024, will happen again sometime early next year in 2025. There will be another true-up proceeding. And so the revenue requirement for this particular proceeding could be essentially slightly modified based on that. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And the true-up or reconciliation is actually included like in the annual reports of the company each year.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I believe with your correction to your testimony and some of the questions I asked earlier, I don't have anything else. So I appreciate your testimony today, Mr. Ouattara, making yourself available.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Aguilera, do you have any questions for Mr. Ouattara?
Hearing examiner, I do not have any questions. Mr. Ouattara, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Rossi, any questions on redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
And Mr. Atencio, anything from you that you'd like to ask at this point?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Center.
Thank you. Mr. Watara, thank you again for your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so at this point, I think we'll take sort of an extended lunch. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock again for the purposes of Commissioner Ellison had some questions he wanted to ask from PNM's first witness, Mr. Gutierrez. So I don't anticipate that will probably take too long. Unless there's any concerns from PNM or staff, anything else we need to address right now, I guess we'll be in recess until noon.
Until
See?
1, is that correct?
I'm sorry, until 1 o'clock. Yes, not noon, 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. We're not quite yet ready to go back on the record. I don't show Commissioner Ellison on with us yet. Let's give him another couple minutes to join us. Hopefully he'll be with us shortly. Okay. Well, good afternoon, Commissioner Ellison. Are you with us?
Good afternoon, I am.
Perfect. Okay. Sounds good. Well, with that, it looks like we're ready to go back on the record. Ms. Gonzalez, when you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, sounds good. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We are back on the record. The time now is 1:01 p.m. Where we had left off, I believe that Mr. Rossi had called all of his witnesses, and the only remaining matter was the recall of Mr. Gutierrez, because Mr. Ellison, Commissioner Ellison, had some questions for him. Before we get started, just a reminder, Mr. Gutierrez, you are still under oath. So just FYI about that. And with that, Commissioner Ellison, please feel free to proceed with your questions for Mr. Gutierrez.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gutierrez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ellison. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I appreciate your accommodating my schedule. I had a few questions about your testimony. So, clearly the revenue requirement for the Renewable Energy Act rider recovery is decreasing here. What are the main reasons for that drop?
And you're asking between 25 and 26? 2025?
Yes.
That's a good question. Let me see. I think the main reason why that's decreasing is because some of PNM's or several of PNM owned solar resources, their revenue requirements are declining because of depreciation of that rate base. And so therefore those cost decreases are being reflected in the revenue requirement.
Okay, and that would that be for I'm looking at your table exhibit SG2.
Right.
Would that be, which of the solar assets would that pertain to?
Sure, I can point that out. So if I'm just comparing pages 2 to 3, which is comparing 2025 to 2026 in SG2, the revenue requirement is looks like it's actually going up a little bit for the 2011 PNM solar. So that's not contributing to the reduction. But if you look at the 2013 PNM solar, that revenue requirement is going from let's just call it 3.4 million in 2025 to 2.7 million. So that's a big drop. The 2023 solar resource, the 2014 23 megawatt resource is going from about 3.8 million to approximately 3.1 million in 26. And then the 2019 PNM solar 50 megawatts, that revenue requirement is going from 6.8 million down to 5.8 million. So collectively, I think that's why you're seeing a decrease in the revenue requirement.
Okay, and I guess I was interested in the revenue requirement decrease from the previous plan as well. It's about a 6 point something million decrease. Is that correct?
That's a good question. I don't have the 2024 plan. Are you talking about last year's plan when it had projections for 25?
Well, I just mean we're I guess you're proposing here a decrease in the rate rider.
Yeah, so maybe let me try to take a shot at that. In last year's plan, we put forth projections for 24 and 25 and provided, the RPS calculations, all the costs, the total revenue requirements, and all of that information. This year, we're providing our RPS projections for 25 and 26. If you compare last year's projections to this year's projections, there are going to probably be some differences because our cost of service department has, updated the revenue requirements based on actuals and any changes that they need to make. So I'm assuming there's some differences there. And then there might be projections of energy that have changed since last year to this year. Generally speaking, those would be the differences if I compared the same year from last year's plan to this year's plan. So those are really be generally the differences on why things would be changing. Generally speaking, I think the overall revenue requirement I think it should be in the $55 to $60 million range. But generally speaking, those would be the drivers for the changes.
Okay, and just to confirm, again, looking at your table SG2, I'm just looking at page 2 right now. The 2011, would all those be labeled PNM Solar? Those are company-owned assets?
Yes, that's so let's just be specific here. So the 2011, the 2013, the 2014, the 2015, and the 2019 utility solar facilities, those are all PNM-owned facilities.
Okay, and you are currently receiving compensation, cost recovery for those through rate riders, all except the 2015 PNM solar PV facility?
Right. So for those owned solar facilities, and I guess not to leave out the Algodones and Aztec, that's a really small facility. It's a combination of two facilities, but it's very small. You can see the cost there for that facility is very minimal to get those RECs. But you're right, the 2015 solar, that was procured at the time to meet 2015 compliance. And at that time, it was I believe it was stipulated at the time that resource would be collected through base rates. Okay, that's why it's not showing up in this as a cost to the RPS, and in turn a cost to Rider 36, which is the renewable rider.
Okay, so that was sort of an exception because it was a stipulated agreement. Is that what you're saying, that the 2015 facility?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I guess, well, for all of those, we've got a megawatt hour RECs at the top of the table. The RECs are not sold separately from the power itself, or I guess, well, it's a company-owned resource, but the power and the RECs are considered bundled together for those. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct. Yes.
Okay, and since they are company owned, really cost recovery is happening for those facilities regardless of power output, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's true. So to kind of follow up on that, if for instance, if the 2011 solar facility, if for some reason, let's just say it was a very cloudy year and we only got half of the production that we expected, we would still have to recover the cost, that same revenue requirement for that facility. So like the cost per unit megawatt hour REC would go up, but your total cost that you would recover would be the same.
Okay, so these are really estimates of how much power is going to be produced from each of these facilities.
Yes, that's correct.
And but if I look up to the distributed generation category, the SIP RECs, that does not include power, correct? That is purely for the REC.
That's correct. Under the distributed generation heading, those 4 programs that I've categorized there in SG2, those are just reflecting contracts that we have with those customers through those programs to purchase just the RECs. Now, the energy is actually being either consumed on the customer behind the meter, or if they're not, if their loads or their load is not high enough, it's being pushed back onto the system. So, we are getting the energy back from those, but the contracts, so to speak, for purchasing the RECs and actually that flow through the rider are just the contract costs here for purchasing the RECs only.
Okay, and is that program something that is offered on a continuing basis, or is that a legacy program, that SIP REC?
All of these are pretty much legacy programs. I don't believe that and most of these programs are essentially closed. There are still, distributed generation programs out there for customers to add solar to their premises, but there wouldn't be any, PNM wouldn't be purchasing the RECs. The customers would assume to own those RECs if they wanted to do so. Really the benefit for them is net metering.
Sure. Would you expect the number of these RECs to decline over time as you're not adding new customers and these systems are aging?
Yes. Yes, I expect for at least from this category, the distributed generation category, I expect a lot of these contracts to continue to roll off as their contract terms start to expire, and thus we'll get less RECs from this category. But I would say on the other side, we have a very significant amount of solar, utility scale solar PV that we're using to meet our RPS compliance. So not necessarily concerned about meeting RPS compliance, even though those are we're dropping from that category. They're being made up in other categories of renewables and RECs.
Right. So I'm mainly concerned about the cost of these legacy programs, not there's not a lot of RECs provided, but the cost seems quite substantial.
Understood.
Do they step down in price over time, or is the price fixed for the term of the contract in general?
Generally, they're fixed over the term. So, these more expensive programs, like the large PV REC and the SIP RECs, That was when we had a very large program that ranged in price from 5 cents all the way up to 14 cents. Those ones are definitely more at a higher price in terms of purchasing RECs. More recent programs would be the capacity reservation programs and a stipulation that we had in case 13390. Those are a lot less, as you can see, $2.50 a REC.
Sure.
And generally speaking, I would say most of these older programs, those ones will be rolling off. And maybe I can give you a little bit of color here. Maybe I could be a little bit more specific. Let me pull up the annual report for 2023 because it kind of lays out each of these programs and the contracts and when they're going to start rolling off. So, for instance, the large PV rec purchase program, these were initially implemented back in 2009 with 20-year contract terms. So for those ones, first-year contracts will begin expiring in 2029. So it looks like those will be around for a little bit longer. If you go to the Solar Rec Incentive Program, that SIP program we just talked about, those were implemented around late 2010. Those contracts were for 10 years. For smaller size systems, larger size systems, those were 20 years. So the smaller size systems, those contracts will begin expiring. They actually already have been expiring as of 2022. So those are going to start rolling off. And then the larger sized systems, those contracts begin expiring in 2030. So it looks like maybe another 5 years or so before the more costly DG rec purchases start to roll off of the recs that we're going to use for RPS.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, we've had some customer complaints from people used to those SIP rec payments, and the contracts have expired, and they don't understand why they're not getting a check anymore.
Right. Yeah, and unfortunately, the utility industry is changing rapidly, right? And back in 2009 and 2010, when these rec purchase programs were put into place, there were a lot of subsidies to get more DG on our system and to meet RPS requirements. And as you know, our REA and REA and the Rule 572 has changed since then quite a bit. So.
Oh, no, I understand completely. These are and should be legacy programs. In terms of the wind, I see that, these are all PPA facilities, aren't they?
Yes, all of our wind facilities that we contracted for or are contracted for are via power purchase agreements.
So, yet you're seeking recovery through the renewable energy rider. Why not just have these flow through the fuel and purchase power adjustment clause?
A good question. The main reason why they're not going through the fuel clause as opposed to the renewable rider is because that's where the commission approved recovery of those resources. And so to be consistent with those commission orders, we're recovering those costs through the RPS rider.
Okay, so that was, what was that treatment that the company sought, or was that sort of just what happened in the case?
I believe it was a combination of both. I can't recall the history on Nemwick. That one is a much older facility. That one actually might have been grandfathered into the RPS into the RPS rider at some point, and I can't recall. I don't have the history on that. I know Red Mesa and La Jolla, those were resources that were procured specifically for RPS. And I think for that reason, we brought those to the commission for approval and said, because they're needed for RPS, we want to recover those through the RPS rider. And that's what the commission eventually agreed to.
Okay, and if we look down at the more recent solar power purchase agreements, those PPAs are all flowing through the fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and the reason for that is because those were identified as needed to serve the system. They weren't needed specifically for RPS, and so for that reason, they were categorized in that manner, and we were ordered to recover those costs through the fuel clause. It was either because of those reasons, it was going to be recovered through base rates or through the fuel clause, but the fuel clause was what was ordered.
Right. I mean, going forward, I guess in the beginning, especially with these early PNM solar facilities, certainly, one could argue that you might not have done those were it not for Renewable Energy Act or renewable mandates by the state. But as we go forward, the renewables are no longer a niche part of the PNM system, correct? They become more and more the norm as opposed to an exception. So, I'm just wondering going forward, do you see any disadvantages to recovery of PPA costs through the fuel and purchase power clause?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not 100% sure from a cost recovery point of view if we would have concern moving RPS REISs to the fuel clause. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I would certainly want to talk to our cost of service folks and our pricing folks just to make sure that would be the case. But
sure, and I'm not necessarily suggesting moving area contracts that are currently getting recovery through a rate rider to the fuel clause, but going forward for new contracts, I'm just wondering, is there really any advantage for PNM to getting compensation through the fuel clause?
I think it just comes down to a timing, the timing of when we would be truing up and reevaluating what we're collecting through the fuel clause versus the rider. I know that the RPS rider. So for instance, every January or February, we true up the renewable rider with costs to reflect pretty much everything that you're seeing here. So if some of these owned solar facilities are depreciating, and you can see that the point that we were showing that as costs, some of these costs are going down for some of these owned resources, customers would be able to see that impact immediately on an annual basis. Now, in terms of the fuel clause, I'm just not sure how often that gets trued up. I know there's a reconciliation for fuel clause, but just not aware of how soon or what the timing of that is as compared to the RPS rider.
Okay, because I guess a concern is that, I think, in terms of understandability of the utility bill, I think most customers would look at the bill and they would make certain assumptions about what does the renewable rate rider mean. And if this is becoming the norm, then one could argue that it may make more sense to seek recovery through the fuel clause. But I suspect we can have future conversations on that topic.
Yeah, I mean, just from my perspective, you pointed out some of these these solar facilities that are being collected, their costs are being collected through the fuel clause for Rider 23. And that's because we've identified those resources as either replacement resources or a system resource that would benefit the entire system or customer base. I see that happening more often as opposed to us having to procure resources just to meet RPS. And so if that trend keeps going, I can see that as time goes on, when we have to add resources to the system to meet our system needs, not for RPS, there are likely to be more renewable additions that come along with that, and they would follow suit with these resources that are being recovered through the fuel clause. So I generally can see that as time goes on, we'll be collecting more and more through the fuel clause, and probably less and less as time goes on through the RPS rider, if you're just focusing on renewable energy.
Right. Well, I guess a point here is that a resource can do both things. It can bring renewable energy to the table, and it can be a low cost resource as well. It can be something that you might have selected even without that RPS requirement. So that distinction that we have to say we're doing this solely to meet our RPS mandate, I think that might have been reasonable in the early days when you were paying 12 or 13 cents a kilowatt hour for solar. But if you're paying 3 cents a kilowatt hour for solar, then I think it's harder to draw that distinction. So okay, well, I guess those are all the questions that I had for now. And again, your proposal, you would retain your current rider through the end of this year, and then transition to the new rider as of January of next year.
Right. The new rider should take effect at the beginning of next year. And then I believe in February, we'll do a true up of the rider rate just to make sure that actuals and depreciation, all those things are trued up to the best of our knowledge.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I think that's enough for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Commissioner Aguilera, any follow-up questions based on Commissioner Ellison's questions?
I do not have any follow-up questions. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, I had just a couple of clarification questions based on Commissioner Ellison's questions.
Okay.
One question, so you were walking him through, this is Exhibit SG2 to your direct testimony, and you were sort of walking him through the utility solar category and the differences between 2025 and the projections for 2026. And I think that you had pointed out that there's a slight increase in the year-over-year cost for the 2011 PNM solar project whereas the other PNM projects have a decrease of varying amounts. Can you tell me why that would be, that the 2011 project would have an increase and the other ones would be decreasing?
That's a good question. Let me see if I can find. I'm not exactly sure. I'm looking in the direct testimony of Brian Buffington, which was filed. And in his testimony, he talks about why things have changed between 24 and 25, but he doesn't really talk about a change between 25 and 26.
And if you don't know, that's fine. I just wanted to follow up with that question just based on
Okay. Yeah, on page 6 of his direct testimony, he talks about the differences between 24 and 25, but I don't believe he talks about the cost estimates for 26. That would probably be a better question for Mr. Baker.
Okay.
If we needed to dig into that.
Yeah, and it's not hugely consequential. I just thought I would ask. And then one question I wanted to ask you, I was when I was questioning Mr. Baker earlier, I asked him about Mr. Buffington notes in his testimony that the revenue requirement for Red Mesa Wind is expected to decrease due to projected lower production. And I had asked him if he knew why that was the case. He suggested that I ask that question to you. Can you help me understand that? I don't know that it's hugely consequential, but it did catch my attention.
Yeah, I could try to answer that. So when I put together my estimates for production for the plan year and the next plan year, what I've been doing historically is I've been looking at the trend of production over the past 3 to 5 years. And I've kind of been trying to forecast for the plan year and the next plan year based on recent production from those facilities. It's not the best, but I'm trying to keep I'm trying to keep it closer to the most recent historical data. Now, it's probably likely that when we're doing like an average or a trend of where that projection would be last year as opposed to this year because of actuals came in for last year, that it kind of tells me that actuals for last year may have been a little bit lower than we thought. And so when you start averaging and projecting those out, it probably took that into account. And so that's probably why you're seeing a little bit lower energy projection, which would flow through on the cost side.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So I guess now over to Mr. Atencio. Do you have any questions for redirect based on any of the questions we've been asking?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Rossi, anything from you?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Gutierrez, I believe you are excused. Thank you for your testimony and for coming back.
Sure, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so with the conclusion of Mr. Gutierrez's testimony, I believe that closes the evidentiary portion of the hearing today. I think the next thing we want to discuss while we're still on the record is briefing. So I guess just preliminarily, there is one item that I would like briefing from at least from staff and PNM. Is this issue of lightning dock. There was some testimony earlier and some discussion that would not really qualify as testimony from Mr. Verheuel about sort of this definition of core produced energy, I believe, in the amended PPA. So I guess the issue that I would be looking for briefing on would be whether there were events of default as defined by the amended PPA in 2023. along with a discussion of how that definition of core produced energy relates to the minimum output requirements that the PPA lays out. And specifically, the sections of the PPA that I was looking at that prompt this question, you can find it in Articles 3.04 and 6.02 in the PPA. So I hope that is that any clarification on, I guess, what we would be looking for in that? Okay. Hearing none. And then I guess the other issue related to briefing would be deadlines. Just based on the statutory deadline, if it's possible and if the parties are amenable to this, I would like to expedite the deadlines at least a little bit. Can I ask PNM and I guess staff as well, but how soon after the transcript is filed could staff and PNM submit your briefs? Do you need the full time? Can you give us a little bit?
I don't believe I need the full time.
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I was just trying to confirm what the full-time.
20 days.
20 days.
20 days for the brief in chief, 13 days for the response. I'm assuming that presumably the response shouldn't need the full time at least, but if we can expedite the direct or the brief in chief, that would be helpful.
I think we would anticipate we would not need the full time. Perhaps something like 2 weeks would be plenty of time to complete that.
Okay. Mr. Rossi, does 2 weeks work for you as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I don't know if either party is expecting to file a response brief, but how much time? Normally it's 13 days. If I set that at 7 days in a week, would that be unreasonable? Could you make that work?
That would be sufficient.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, I appreciate that and your flexibility on that. What I'll do is I'll wait for the testimony to be filed, and then I'll enter an order just confirming what those specific deadlines are based on that 14 days and 7 days agreement here. Okay, anything further from the before I guess we adjourn? Mr.
Nothing
Rossi?
further from staff.
Okay, thank you. And PNM, Mr. Atencio?
Nothing further, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank both staff and PNM and the interveners today for your participation and professionalism. I appreciate it. And with that, this hearing is adjourned and we are off the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.